Sakuslam, Namaste, Sasrikal, Vanakkam, and Namaskaram. I thought that I should go ahead with this. So basically, what I'm going to do is every Sunday I will try to. I won't be able to guarantee because I'm doing MBA and it's a very difficult professional course. But I will try my best that every Sunday I will do live sessions, study live sessions, and I'll be studying live here. And if you all interested, if you all want to join me on this, you can watch obviously TK with me, and you can also study together with me. Okay, this will help us to prepare for and SEMs and different exams which are going to come in MBA. So yeah, let's go ahead. We are going to do FDRM. Okay, I'll do FDRM. So yeah, let's go. करते हैं. What is risk? Risk is a deviation between actual and expectation. So what is risk? Risk is a deviation between actual and expectations. Risk is a deviation between actual and expectations. So when lends to a customer, it is exposed to credit risk or default risk, as there is a chance that the customer does not pay equivalent of just 12 months on time. Equivalent of just 12 months. Risk is a deviation between actual and expectation. So customer it is exposed to credit risk or default risk, as there is a chance that the customer does not pay equivalent of just 12 months. When the bank lends to customer, it is exposed to. Hello, hi. When the bank lends to a customer, it is exposed to credit risk or default risk. When the bank lends to a customer, it is exposed to credit risk or default risk, as there is no chance that there's a chance that the customer does not pay. If the customer prepays the loan also, the bank forgoes interest income on it, and the bank is exposed to reinvestment risk, as it has not and where to reinvest the money received beforehand from the customer. If the customer prepays the loan also, if the customer prepays the loan also, the bank forgoes interest income on loan. The bank is exposed to reinvestment risk, as it has not planned on where to reinvest the money received beforehand from the customer. The bank forgoes interest income on loan. The bank is exposed to reinvestment risk, as it has not yet to reinvest the money received beforehand from the customer. To make the concept simpler, take the following example about the performance of two students. This is it's working. Despite average mark of both the students is same, student A is said to have performed better as their risk consistency in his performance. In other words, deviation is zero. In case of silent student, squared value of deviation provides the same result. 900. Whether it is that the deviation, whether it is negative or positive, indicates risk. Despite average mark of both the students is same, student A is said to have performed better as there is consistency in his performance. In other words, deviation is zero. In case of second student, the squared value of deviation provides same result 900. Whether it is minus 20 it means that the deviation, whether it is negative or positive, indicates risk. The most popular way of measuring risk is standard deviation. Risk versus uncertainty. Risk, a situation to which probability of occurrence can be assigned. Risk is a situation to which probability of occurrence can be assigned. Risk is a situation to which probability of occurrence can be assigned. Risk is a situation to which probability of occurrence can be assigned. Example, changing currency value beyond default or repayment. The risk is risk is a situation to which probability of occurrence can be assigned. Example, changing currency value beyond default or repayment. Uncertainty is a situation to which probability of occurrence cannot be assigned, as a COVID-19 or subprime crisis. So risk is uncertainty is a situation to which probability of occurrence cannot be assigned. Characteristics of black swan events. Characteristics of black swan event. Unpredictability. We cannot assign a probability. Unpredictability beyond normally expected events. Beyond normally expected events, rare events. Severe consequences. Severe consequences. Severe impact. Social, political, economical, or combination of all. Severe impact. Social, political, economical, or combination of all. Risk has two elements: likelihood of occurrence of adverse event, probability, and severity of consequence if the event occurs magnitude of loss of state. The characteristics here of black swan event, like COVID-19, unpredictability, we cannot assign probability, beyond normally expected events, rare events, severe consequences, severe impact, social, political, economical, or combination of all. Risk has two elements: likelihood of occurrence, likelihood of occurrence, severity. Risk has two elements: likelihood of occurrence of adverse event, probability, and severity of consequences like if the event occurs magnitude of losses. Low likelihood and low severity. The probability of occurrence and also the associated impact are low. For example, a typo error without affecting its meaning on an e-commerce website is rare, but also does not affect the purchasing decision of the buyer. Low likelihood and low severity. Typo error on e-commerce. The risk. Low likelihood and low severity. The probability of occurrence and also the associated impact are low. For example, a typo error without affecting its meaning orally on an e-commerce website is rare, and also does not affect the purchasing decision of the buyer. Low likelihood by severity. The probability of course event, such as natural calamity. Manufacturing firms store inventory in warehouses due to fire accidents. The probability of fire accidents is low because it occurs probability of fire accident is low, but once it occurs, the likelihood of loss is high. Therefore, the transfer of such risk to those who are willing to accept, say, ensuring the inventory is an appropriate risk management measure. Low likelihood and high severity. The probability of course events such as natural calamities, COVID-19 is low, but severity of consequences is very high if they occur. Manufacturing firms store inventory in warehouses. The probability of fire accidents is low, but once it occurs, the likelihood of loss is high. Therefore, the transfer of such risk to those who are willing to accept, ensuring the inventory is an appropriate risk management strategy. So, low likelihood has severity here for accident. High likelihood, low severity. Theft. High likelihood, low severity. Theft of supplementary stores such as stationery is highly probable. However, the severity of the loss is less. Such risk may be retained if the cost of management is high. Alternatively, installation of CCTV cameras or an alarm system, checking every entry and exit points can be FDRM. Shreya. High likelihood and low severity. Theft of supplementary stores such as stationery is highly probable. However, the severity of the loss is less. Such risks may be retained if the cost of management is high. Such risks may be retained if the cost of management is high. Alternative installation of CCTV cameras or alarm system checking and measures can measures to reduce risk. High likelihood, high severity. High likelihood, high severity. Manufacturing of products which cause environmental pollution or result in lawsuit is highly probable, and the likelihood of loss is also high. Hence, corporate will decide not to venture into such businesses. Hence, corporates may decide not to venture into such businesses. The above cited instances are only for overall understanding of risk framework. Severity and likelihood of risk vary from criteria. High likelihood and high severity. Manufacturing of products which cause environmental pollution or result lawsuit is highly probable, but and the magnitude of loss is also high. Hence, corporate may decide not to venture into such businesses. The above cited instances are only for understanding of risk framework. Severity and likelihood of risk. Thank you, bhai. Sahil. Risk exposure. The low likelihood है और low severity है. severity, fire accidents, COVID-19, high likelihood, low severity, theft, high likelihood, high severity, environmental pollution. के साथ में बोल सकते हैं वो सारा सीवियर भी होगा पोल्यूशन, ठीक है। रिस्क एक्सपोजर्स, ठीक, एक्सपोजर एंड प्रॉपर्टी एक्सपोजर, लाइबिलिटी एक्सपोजर, life and health exposure, financial exposure, तो रिस्क एक्सपोजर चार टाइप के हैं, प्रॉपर्टी एक्सपोजर, लाइबिलिटी एक्सपोजर, लाइफ एंड हेल्थ एक्सपोजर, फाइनेंशियल एक्सपोजर, ठीक है। प्रॉपर्टी एक्सपोजर, द प्रॉपर्टी owned, leased or rented by enterprise is exposed to the risk of loss due to natural or man-made reasons. The extent of exposure and damage determines the impact on the business. Nowadays, the most valuable asset enterprise data, exposure, property exposure, media exposure to data loss or data breach, and cyber threat are the issues of concern. For instance, in an asset data breach, the call and the text messages recorded use of millions of AT&T mobile customers and many non-AT&T customers who use its network were exposed to massive data breach. However, data that was taken included the number of times the customer interacted and the call duration, but not content of the call messages taken. The risk exposure, property exposure, liability exposure, liability exposure, financial exposure. Property exposure में data, the property owned, leased or rented by an enterprise is exposed to the risk of loss due to natural or man-made reasons. The property owned, leased or rented by an enterprise is exposed to the risk of loss due to natural or man-made reasons. The extent of exposure and damage determines the impact on the business. Exposed to the risk of loss due to natural or man-made reasons. The extent of exposure and damage determines the impact on the business. The extent of exposure and damage. Nowadays, the most valuable asset of an enterprise data. Exposure to data loss or data breach or cyber threat are the issues of concern. For instance, in an asset data breach, the client text messages from tens of millions of people of a based network were exposed to a massive data breach. However, the loss data including the number of times. Liability exposure. तो risk exposure रहेगा property, liability exposure. An enterprise exposure to litigation, damages, legal commission, especially in the wake of increasing regulations is another issue. For instance, in 2015, Department of Consumer Affairs in India filed a complaint against Nestle India before National Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission (NCDRC), National Commission Dispute Redressal Commission, seeking compensation on the allegation that the company engaged in unlawful practice manufacturing and selling hazardous and defective Maggi noodles. At that time, Maggi was banned for 5 months on the ground that contained high level of several academic flavor and cancer. Monosodium glutamate, MSG. It is apparently necessary activists to 28,000 tons of noodles and faced legal issues. Liability exposure and integral exposure to litigation and damages. Legal claims, especially in the wake of increasing regulations, is another issue. For instance, in 2015, Department of Consumer Affairs (DCA) in India filed a complaint against Nestle India before National Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission National Commission Dispute Redressal Commission (NCDRC), seeking compensation on the allegation that the company indulged in unfair trade practices before manufacturing and selling hazardous and defective chemicals at the same time. National Consumer Affairs Assembly, National Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission. Maggi was banned for 5 months. MSG. Monosodium glutamate, MSG. Monosodium glutamate. Life and health exposure. There can be instances of loss of human life or health due to the nature of work that they undertake in operation. Resultantly, enterprises are exposed to the loss of manpower or loss of key employees. For example, there are instances of mine accidents. The company and also death cases due to the heart disease resulting from tough job and the underground cost mines. Life and health exposure, mine accidents. There can be instances of loss of human life or health due to the nature of work that they undertake in the organization. Resultantly, enterprises are exposed to the loss of manpower or loss of key employees. For example, there are instances of accidents in the Singareni collieries companies and also death cases due to heart disease resulting from tough job and underground open cast mines. Financial exposure. Although all exposures are usually viewed as pure risks, however, financial risk can be speculative in nature or pure risk. Financial risk ऊपर के सारे pure risk, but it can be speculative or pure. For instance, the risk that arises when the company invests surplus cash in security market are speculative in nature, as there is a chance for both gain and loss. In this example above, it had destroyed 38,000 tons of noodles, resulting in financial loss, which is pure risk. Financial exposure. Though all exposures are usually viewed as pure risk, however, financial risk Financial exposure. Both of exposures are usually viewed as pure risks. However, financial exposures can be speculative in nature or pure risk. For instance, the risk that arises when a company invests its surplus cash and security market are speculative in nature, as there is a chance for both gain and loss. In this example, it happens to 28,000 tons of metals, resulting in financial loss, which is pure risk. तो जो फाइनेंशियल एक्सपोजर्स होते हैं, रिस्क एक्सपोजर्स जो होते हैं, रिस्क एक्सपोजर्स चार टाइप के होते हैं: प्रॉपर्टी एक्सपोजर, लायबिलिटी एक्सपोजर. प्रॉपर्टी एक्सपोजर जिसकी डेटा, लायबिलिटी एक्सपोजर जिसकी लिटिगेशन, लाइफ एंड हेल्थ एक्सपोजर जिसकी नॉन एक्सटेंट, और फाइनेंशियल एक्सपोजर जो कि स्पेकुलेटिव है, प्योर रिस्क हो. रिस्क एक्सपोजर्स चार टाइप के होते हैं: प्रॉपर्टी एक्सपोजर, लायबिलिटी एक्सपोजर, लाइफ एंड हेल्थ एक्सपोजर, फाइनेंशियल एक्सपोजर. Enterprise risk management process. Enterprise risk management process. Enterprise risk management process. Enterprise risk management is maintained by the corporates to create value for the shareholders. Enterprises are exposed to various types of risk due to external factors and internal activities. The committee of sponsoring organization also. Committee of sponsoring organization. Committee of sponsoring. Organizations. Enterprise risk management process. Enterprise risk management process is maintained by the corporates. Shareholders. Enterprise are exposed to various types of risk to external factors and internal activities. The committee of sponsoring organizations also. The committee of sponsoring organizations also a private sector group that provide consultancy to the organizations in risk management. Internal control fraud prevention entities, a framework of law that involves various steps as defined below. Proximity scale. The enterprise risk management presented by the particulars to identify the shareholder. Enterprise are exposed to various type of risk to external factors and internal activities. The committee has closed down. Private sector. Committee of the committee of sponsoring collaborations with private sector provides consultancy to the organizations on risk management, internal control and fraud prevention. Introduced the following framework of AI that involves various steps as defined below. Defining goals. Defining goals. There are internal factors. Risk identification. Risk assessment. Risk identification, risk assessment, response to risk, internal control. Monitoring. Communication. So you enterprise risk management process है उसको दिया था कोसोरी कम्युनिटी ऑफ स्पॉन्सरिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से पहले डिफाइनिंग गोल्स, दूसरा इंटरनल फैक्टर्स, तीसरा है रिस्क आइडेंटिफिकेशन, चौथा है रिस्क असेसमेंट, पांचवा है रिस्पॉन्स टू रिस्क, छठा है इंटरनल कंट्रोल, सातवां है मॉनिटरिंग एंड आठवां है कम्युनिकेशन. So where I have defined goals. This step involves setting the goals and objectives in alignment with its risk tolerance level. Enterprise risk management process is the other person community of sponsoring organizations है. पहला इनके 8 steps हैं. Defining goals, internal factors, risk identification, risk assessment, response to risk, internal control, monitoring, communication. The pehले defining goals. This step involves setting the goals and objectives in alignment with its risk tolerance level. Defining goals में this step involves setting the goals and objectives in alignment with its risk tolerance level. This step involves Setting the goal and objectives and limit the risk or tolerance level. Long-term strategic plans and objectives designed by the enterprise should transform the risk into opportunity. The defining goals. Those are internal factors. The risk appetite of the enterprise is the function of various factors such as internal governance, management structure, and company culture. Top management at time in consultation with the employees identify the risk the firm is exposed. Internal factors. The risk appetite of the enterprise is the function of various factors such as internal governance, management structure, or company culture. Top management. Management at consultation with the identify risk of the firm is exposed to defining those internal factors. Risk identification and risk assessment. Risk identification involves identification of events or situations that could affect the ability of an organization to achieve its objectives. For example, lower water level at Panama Canal in Central America due to prolonged drought, causing long queues for shipping, resulting supply chain disruptions for various countries: US, Japan, China, South Korea, Mexico. Risk identification. Risk identification step involves identification of events or situations that could affect the ability of an organization to achieve its objectives. For example, lower water level at Panama Canal in Central America due to prolonged drought, causing long queues for shipping, resulting supply chain disruptions for various countries: the US, Japan, China, South Korea, Mexico. Risk identification. Risk assessment. This step involves the assessment of the likelihood of the occurrence of the risk identified in the previous step and how significant the impact of the risk could be. Risk assessment step involves the assessment of the likelihood of occurrence of the risk identified in the previous step, how significant the impact of the risk could be. Coastal Framework Committee of Sponsoring Organizations ERP framework, Enterprise Risk Management Framework, suggests the assessment of both direct and indirect risks. Direct risk. Direct and indirect risk. Direct risks have immediate effect on the operations of the organizations. For example, bomb blast at the location of a bank will make operations non-functional. Residual risks are the risks that may remain even after the efforts to minimize them. Say the customers may refrain visiting the bank due to fear even after the operations are resumed. The risk assessment में क्या होता है? This step involves the assessment of the likelihood of the occurrence of risk identified in the previous step and how significant the impact of the risk could be. Also, Committee of Sponsoring Organizations ERM framework suggests the assessment of both direct and indirect risk. Direct risks have immediate effect on the operations of the organizations. For example, contrast regulation of bank will make operations non-functional. For example, contrast at the location of a bank will make operations non-functional. Residual risk are the risk that may remain even after the efforts to minimize them. Say the customers may refrain visiting the bank due to fear even after the operations are resumed. Risk assessment. Data response to risk. The enterprise formulates and executes strategies for managing the identified risk. based on the cost benefit analysis and the potential impact they have. The organizations may adopt various techniques for risk management such as risk avoidance, retention, loss, and control. Response to risk. The enterprise formulates and executes strategies for managing the identified risk based on the cost benefit analysis and the potential impact they have. The organizations may adopt various techniques for risk management such as risk avoidance, risk retention, loss control, etc. Response to risk. Enterprise formulates and execute strategies for managing the identified risk based on the cost benefit analysis and the potential impact they have. The organizations may adopt various techniques for risk management such as risk avoidance, risk retention, loss of control, etc. Internal control. छठा स्टेप क्या है? इंटरनल कंट्रोल. This step involves the implementation of policies and procedures to mitigate the identified risk and the monitoring of effectiveness of such policies. Control activities can be preventive or defective. Internal control activities can be preventive or detective. Preventive activities stops from the occurrence of an event, while the detective activities identifies the risk after its occurrence. Preventive activities जो होंगे इंटरनल कंट्रोल में ये स्टॉप करते हैं फ्रॉम द occurrence of event, while the detective activities identifies the risk after its occurrence. An example of preventive activity can be periodic management of a vehicle to prevent breakdown during goods transit or the use of alarm to alert the management about the entry of a thief in the office premises. Internal control. This stop involves internal control. This step involves the implementation of policies and procedures to mitigate the identified risk and monitoring of the effectiveness of such policies. Control activities can be preventive or detective. Preventive activities stops from the occurrence of an event, while detective activities identifies the risk after its occurrence. Detective activities identifies the risk after its occurrence. An example for preventive activity. An example of preventive activity. Preventive activity stops from the occurrence of an event, while the detective activity identifies the risk after its occurrence. While the detective activity identifies the risk after its occurrence. Preventive activity stops from the occurrence of an event, identifies the risk of activity. Monitoring. The internal control या तो preventive or detective हो. फिर monitoring. Monitoring involves monitoring the risk management and control process and making the necessary adjustments to align with the objectives and risk appetite. A few enterprises may outsource monitoring activity to external agencies. Continuous monitoring should ensure that the firm is not vulnerable to risk despite the policies and processes are in place. Monitoring. Monitoring involves monitoring involves monitoring. Monitoring. Monitoring involves monitoring the risk management and control process and making the necessary adjustments to align with the objectives and risk appetite. A few enterprises may outsource the monitoring activity to external agencies. Continuous monitoring should ensure that the firm is not vulnerable to risk despite the policies and processes are in place. ठीक है. Communication. Communication is crucial to communicate the risk management process and the possible impact if not handled properly to all the stakeholders who are likely to be affected. The risk management policies undertaken by the company and also ensures the involvement of stakeholders in mitigation if needed. Communication. It is crucial to communicate the risk management process and the possible impact if not handled properly to all the stakeholders who are likely to be affected. Communication helps the concerned people understand the risks that can affect them. The risk management policies undertaken by the company and also ensures involvement of stakeholders in mitigation period. ठीक है. Enterprise risk management process को दिया था कोसोनी कम्युनिटी ऑफ स्पॉन्सर्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. इसके 8 स्टेप्स हैं. डिफाइनिंग गोल्स, internal control, defining goals, internal factors, risk identification, risk assessment, and response to risk. Internal control. Internal control can be preventive or detective. Monitoring communication. The enterprise risk management process को दिया था कोसोनी कम्युनिटी ऑफ स्पॉन्सर्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. Defining goals, internal factors, risk identification, risk assessment, response to risk, internal control, monitoring and communication. Enterprise risk management process with the other person in community of sponsoring organizations. Defining goals and number one defining goals to select any factors. This are risk assessment, risk. तीसरा risk identification. इसका risk assessment, risk management और फिर response to risk. फिर internal control जो कि preventive हो सकता है, detective हो सकता है और फिर monitoring and communication. Functional departments and exposure creation. परचेज मैनेजर के बारे में बात करेंगे इसमें। सेल्स मैनेजर, परचेज मैनेजर, फाइनेंस मैनेजर, एचआर मैनेजर, departments and exposure creation. The various activities undertaken by the functional departments and enterprise create an exposure to। यहाँ पर प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर के बारे में बात करेंगे, सेल्स मैनेजर के बारे में बात करेंगे, फाइनेंस मैनेजर और एचआर मैनेजर। तो आता है परचेज मैनेजर। फंक्शनल the various activities undertaken by the functional departments in an enterprise create an exposure to different risks which are described below. Purchase manager, when the manager sources the raw material from the suppliers in their countries. Purchase manager, purchase manager, when the manager sources the raw material from the suppliers in their country, exchange rate fluctuations creating exposure to foreign currency risk and cost of input. Even if the terms of the agreement permit billing of the input in domestic currency, the quoted prices should factor in currency fluctuations. Similarly, if the procurement of input is from a single supplier and the supplier goes out of business, it may cause interruptions in the production process, affecting the entire supply chain. The purchase manager, when the manager sources the raw material from the supplier in another country, exchange rate fluctuations create an exposure to foreign currency risk and cost of input. Even if the terms of agreement permit billing of the input in domestic currency, the quoted prices should factor in currency fluctuations. Similarly, if the procurement of input is from a single supplier and the supplier goes out of business, it may cause interruptions in the production process, affecting the entire supply chain. क्या फॉरेन करेंसी रिस्क एंड फॉरेन करेंसी रिस्क एंड प्रोसेस विल स्टॉप। If the supplier goes out of business, sales manager, if the sales manager has an agreement to sell to a foreign customer, the firm is exposed to currency risk, obviously, which are foreign country or currency risk. If major revenue comes from a small group of big customers, this results in concentration risk. If majority of export revenues from a single country, any macroeconomic event such as economic depression in that country may lead to the loss of significant revenue. Sales manager, if the sales manager has an agreement to sell to a foreign country, sales manager, if the sales manager has an agreement to sell to a foreign country, the firm is if the sales manager has an agreement to sell to a foreign customer, if the sales manager has an agreement to sell to a foreign customer, the firm is exposed to currency risk if major revenue comes from small group of big customers. This results in concentration risk. If majority of exports revenues from a single country, any macroeconomic event such as economic depression that country may lead to the losses of the federal government. Finance manager. If financial manager borrows beyond the borrowing capacity, it may lead to bankruptcy risk due to inability to serve the debt. Similarly, inadequate cash reserves to meet working capital requirements result in liquidity risk. And reputation risk. As the suppliers employees will lose trust with the company. तो फंक्शनल डिपार्टमेंट से एक्सपोजर क्रिएशन के प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर का हो गया फॉरेन करेंसी रिस्क, ठीक है। सेल्स मैनेजर का हो गया, कंसंट्रेशन रिस्क हो गया, सप्लायर का हो गया, अगर वो खत्म हो गया तो फंक्शनल स्टॉक, कंसंट्रेशन रिस्क, करेंसी रिस्क, फाइनेंस मैनेजर गया। if finance manager borrows beyond the borrowing capacity, it may lead to bankruptcy risk due to inability to serve the debt. Similarly, inadequate cash reserves to meet working capital requirements results in liquidity risk and reputation risk. Finance manager. If finance manager borrows beyond the borrowing capacity, it may lead to bankruptcy risk due to inability to serve the debt. Similarly, inadequate cash reserves to meet working capital requirement results in liquidity risk and reputation risk. For HR manager again, inappropriate HR policies can have likely impact on the performance of the employees. And also result in high employee turnover. HR manager. Inappropriate HR policies can have likely impact on the performance of the employees and also result in high employee turnover. HR manager. Inappropriate HR policies can have likely impact on the performance of the employees and also result in high employee turnover. तो फंक्शनल डिपार्टमेंट से हेल्प एक्सपोजर क्रिएशन है प्रोसेस मैनेजर के लिए, सेल्स मैनेजर के लिए, फाइनेंस मैनेजर के लिए, एचआर मैनेजर के लिए टाइप्स ऑफ risk. Now I will do types of risks, but before that I'll take some rest. ठीक है, वॉशरूम ब्रेक करते हैं and yeah, should I mute it? I'll mute it. Okay, so now I'm back. You all can start studying again. Washroom break finish. Okay. और डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ रिस्क के ऊपर तो पहले तो पॉलिसी रिस्क है, पॉलिसी रिस्क के बाद है पॉलिटिकल रिस्क, सोशल रिस्क, ऑपरेशनल रिस्क, कंसंट्रेशन रिस्क, इवेंट रिस्क, क्लाइमेट रिस्क, फाइनेंशियल रिस्क, फाइनेंशियल रिस्क में बहुत सारे टाइप के रिस्क हैं। फिर है मार्केट रिस्क, लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, फाइनेंशियल रिस्क, फाइनेंशियल रिस्क तो पहले गया। तो टाइप्स ऑफ रिस्क बहुत टाइप के हैं, पॉलिसी रिस्क है, पॉलिटिकल, टाइप्स ऑफ रिस्क बहुत टाइप के, पॉलिसी रिस्क है, पॉलिटिकल रिस्क है, सोशल रिस्क है, ऑपरेशनल रिस्क है, कंसंट्रेशन रिस्क है, इवेंट रिस्क है, क्लाइमेट रिस्क है, फाइनेंशियल रिस्क है, मार्केट रिस्क है, लिक्विडिटी रिस्क है, पॉलिसी और रेगुलेटरी रिस्क है। एग्जाम्पल जीएसटी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, डिमोनेटाइजेशन, टू टाइप्स ऑफ इनकम टैक्स टाइप। पॉलिसी रिस्क में क्या है, टाइप्स ऑफ रिस्क में पॉलिसी रिस्क, पॉलिटिकल रिस्क, ऑपरेशनल रिस्क, सोशल रिस्क, कंसंट्रेशन रिस्क, इवेंट रिस्क, क्लाइमेट रिस्क, फाइनेंशियल रिस्क, मार्केट रिस्क, लिक्विडिटी रिस्क। तो पहले पॉलिटिकल रिस्क, पॉलिसी रिस्क में जीएसटी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, डिमोनेटाइजेशन, पॉलिटिकल रिस्क के अंदर इंस्टेबल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज रूलिंग द कंट्री, पॉलिटिकल रिस्क में इंस्टेबल पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज रूलिंग द कंट्री, political risk and unstable political parties running the country, social risk and exposure of people to various crises like hunger, social risk and exposure of people to various crises like hunger, social risk, rises due to systematic human interference, technical operational risk management, risk that arises due to system mistakes, human interference, technical error, concentration risk, risk of concentrating in a single portfolio, concentration risk of concentrating in a single portfolio, event risk of unexpected events, as a COVID-19 or vaccine, event risk COVID-19 risk of unexpected events or vaccine, climate risk that arises due to changes in climate conditions and global warming, climate risk that arises due to changes in climate conditions and global warming, financial risk the following is the list of few financial risk. फाइनेंशियल रिस्क को पालन करते हैं मार्केट रिस्क है चेंज इन द एसेट वैल्यू ड्यू टू चेंज इन मार्केट प्राइसेस मार्केट रिस्क है चेंज इन एसेट वैल्यूज ड्यू टू चेंज इन मार्केट प्राइसेस मार्केट रिस्क में क्या है चेंज इन एसेट वैल्यू ड्यू टू चेंज इन मार्केट प्राइसेस market risk again change in asset values due to change in market prices market risk again change in market risk change in asset value due to change in market prices market risk change in asset value due to change in market prices liquidity risk if not able to do the following exposed liquidity risk ability to find counterparty execute the transaction at a reasonable price execute the transaction immediately तो लिक्विडिटी रिस्क तब होता है जब तीन चीज़ें नहीं हो पाती एबिलिटी टू फाइंड काउंटर पार्टी execute the transaction at a reasonable price and execute the transaction immediately तो liquidity risk market risk है change in the asset value due to change in market prices reinvestment risk arises due to redeployment of funds at lower rate reinvestment risk है risk that arises due to redeployment of funds at a lower rate. Reinvestment risk है risk that arises due to redeployment of funds at a lower rate. फिर आता है credit risk, inability to collect money from the client. Credit risk होता है और default risk जब होता है inability to collect money from the client. Downgrade risk or default risk. Default risk the prospect that the customer defaults the payment. Default risk that the customer defaults the payment. And downgrade risk the possibility of downgrading the rating of the bond. Downgrade risk credit risk in the default risk or downgrade risk. Financial risk. Exposure of firms earning or revenue, cash flows and values to external factors like interest rate, inflation, exchange rate. Financial risk. Exposure of firms earning or revenue, cash flows and values to external factors like interest rate, inflation, exchange rate. Financial risk. Financial risk think about inflation risk, interest rate risk, foreign exchange risk. Financial risk. The following is the list of few financial risks. पहला है inflation risk. Financial risk are the inflation risk, interest rate risk, and foreign exchange risk. Inflation risk is when the prices go up, purchasing power comes down. तो inflation risk है कि when the prices go up, purchasing power comes down. Interest rate risk है exposure of borrowers and lenders to rate changes. Interest rate risk है exposure of borrowers and lenders to rate changes. Foreign exchange risk है. This includes three types of exposures: transaction exposure, translation exposure, and economic exposure. Foreign exchange risk है तीन टाइप का. Foreign exchange risk includes three types of exposures. Transaction exposure, translation exposure, economic exposure, financial risk, foreign exchange risk. तीन टाइप का होता है. Translation risk, translation risk, transaction risk, and economic exposure. तो foreign exchange risk के अंदर तीन है: transaction exposure, translation exposure, economic exposure. पहले आते हैं transaction exposure के ऊपर. It arises when transactions actually take place. Transaction exposure arises when transaction actually takes place. Example: borrowing before exchange rate change and repaying after exchange rate change, payment of imported goods, etc. तो financial risk में आ गया inflation risk. When the prices go up, purchasing power comes down. Interest rate risk, exposure of borrowers and lenders to rate changes, and foreign exchange risk. Foreign exchange risk में three exposures हैं: transaction exposure, translation exposure, economic exposure. Transaction exposure it arises when transactions actually take place. Example: borrowing before exchange rate change. Transaction exposure arises when exposure arises when transaction exposure arises when transaction actually takes place. Example: borrowing before exchange rate change and repaying after exchange rate change, payment of imported. Transaction exposure arises when the transaction actually takes place. Example: borrowing before exchange rate change and repaying after exchange rate change, payment of imported goods. Transaction जब transaction actually takes place. Transaction exposure. Asset है, liability है, income और expense. Asset, liability, income, expense. Asset 10,000 था before only in value in foreign currency dollar 10,000. Before 83 हो गया. वैल्यू इन रुपये टर्म्स है 8,30,000 रुपये. अब रुपये से डोमेस्टिक करेंसी एप्रिशिएट्स और फॉरेन करेंसी एप्रिशिएट्स, तो अभी हो गया 82. जो डोमेस्टिक करेंसी वो एप्रिशिएट हो गया तो वैल्यू का क्या होगा? नेगेटिव. क्योंकि वैल्यू क्या हो गई एसेट की 8,20,000. और अगर डोमेस्टिक करेंसी अगर डेप्रिशिएट होती है अगर 84 हो गया तो इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा? 8,04,000 हो जाएगा. तो पॉजिटिव का इम्पैक्ट एसेट की वैल्यू बढ़ जाएगी. एंड सेम गोस फॉर इनकम. अगर 1000 है और अगर को 83 था और जापानी रुपी 83,000 था, 8,30,000, 83,000, तो जब डोमेस्टिक करेंसी अप्रिशिएट होती है तो ऑब्वियसली बाहर से कम पैसा आएगा, 82,000 रुपीज़ आएगा सिर्फ। और अगर डोमेस्टिक करेंसी डेप्रिशिएट होती है और फॉरेन करेंसी अप्रिशिएट हो जाती है तो 84,000 आएगा। तो अगर एसेट हो या इनकम हो, अगर बाहर से आ रहा है पैसा तो वैल्यू डोमेस्टिक करेंसी अगर कम होगी तो ज़्यादा पैसा आएगा बाहर से ऑब्वियसली। लाइबिलिटी में क्या होता है? लाइबिलिटी 10,000, 83 था, 8,30,000। जब डोमेस्टिक करेंसी अप्रिशिएट हुई या फॉरेन करेंसी अप्रिशिएट हुई तो 82 हो गया। तो जो लाइबिलिटी था वो 8,20,000 है, मतलब कि अब बहुत कम पे करने बाहर लास्ट टाइम पर। और जब डोमेस्टिक करेंसी डेप्रिशिएट होती है, फॉरेन करेंसी अप्रिशिएट हो जाती है तो ज़्यादा पे करना पड़ता है, तो 8,04,000 पे करना पड़ेगा। सेम गोज़ फॉर एक्सपेंस कि अगर 1000 था तो पहले 80,000 पे कर रहे थे। जब 82 हो गया डोमेस्टिक करेंसी अप्रिशिएट हो गई, फॉरेन करेंसी अप्रिशिएट हो गई तो 82,000 पे करना पड़ेगा, कम पैसे पे करना पड़ेगा। और अगर बढ़ गया तो नेगेटिव सा होगा इम्पैक्ट। जब डोमेस्टिक करेंसी अप्रिशिएट होती है तो एसेट की वैल्यू कम हो जाती है, मतलब इनकम भी कम आती है बाहर से। और उसका फ़ायदा क्या होता है कि भले इनकम कम है, ठीक है, बट अगर डोमेस्टिक करेंसी जब अप्रिशिएट होती है तो जो हमारे इम्पोर्ट्स होते हैं, एक्सपेंस जो होता है अपना, वो भी कम हो जाता है, लाइबिलिटी कम हो जाती है। If asset is denominated in the currency which is appreciating, value of the asset also increases, leading to positive impact and vice versa. If the asset is denominated in the currency which is appreciating, value of the asset also increases, leading to a positive impact and vice versa. If liability is denominated in the currency which is appreciating, the value of the liability also increases, leading to a negative impact. Example, if the liability is denominated in the currency which is appreciating, the value of the liability also increases, leading to a negative impact and vice versa. Example, last year you have taken loan. Last year you have taken loan when the rupees dollar was 83. Inflow through loan was 8,30,000. If rupee exchange rate this year when you have to repay the loan is 82, your cash outflow in rupees 8,20,000, resulting in less outflow than inflow, hence positive impact. If exchange rate this year जो हमें एक्सपेंस है जब अप्रिशिएट होती है डोमेस्टिक करेंसी तो अपने को कम एक्सपेंस खर्चा करना पड़ता है। If exchange rate this year when you have to repay or liability expense एक ही होता है। तो if exchange rate this year when you have to repay loan is 84, your cash outflow in rupee is 8,40,000. If exchange rate this year when you have to repay the loan is 84, your cash outflow in rupee is 8,40,000, resulting in more outflow than inflow, hence negative impact. You can apply similar logic for assets income expense. तो फिर ट्रांजेक्शन एक्सपोजर में क्या होता है? जब डोमेस्टिक करेंसी की वैल्यू अप्रिशिएट होती है तो नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट होता है एसेट के ऊपर और इनकम के ऊपर, ऑब्वियसली क्योंकि बाहर से पैसा आएगा तो फिर पैसे कम आएंगे जब डोमेस्टिक करेंसी अप्रिशिएट होगी तो। और अगर जब डोमेस्टिक करेंसी अप्रिशिएट होती है तो बाहर से पैसा कम, बाहर से जब हमें पैसे देना एक्सपेंस और लाइबिलिटी से पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट होगा, कम देना पड़ेगा। अब आते हैं ट्रांसलेशन एक्सपोजर के ऊपर। ट्रांसलेशन एक्सपोजर इज ऑल्सो नोन एज अकाउंटिंग एक्सपोजर। Translation exposure is also known as accounting exposure. Translation exposure also known as accounting exposure as it arises when you are maintaining your books of account, such as SOP, balance sheet, cash flow statement in the foreign currency. and translate figures into domestic currency to report to shareholders. Unlike in transaction exposure, here gain or loss is notional. Notional है. Impact on asset liability income expenditure is single explored. So, और यहाँ पे impact is notional. Notional के ऊपर based है. तो translation exposure. Translation exposure is also known as accounting exposure, as it arises when you are maintaining your books of accounts in foreign currency and translating those figures into domestic currency to report to shareholders. Unlike in transaction exposure, here gain or loss is notional. Impact on assets, liability, income, expenditure is same as explained above. Translation exposure, also known as accounting exposure, arises when you are maintaining your books of accounts in foreign currency and translating those figures into domestic currency to report to shareholders. Unlike in transaction exposure, here gain or loss is notional. ठीक है. Impact on asset liability income and expenditure is same as above. और आगे इकोनॉमिक एक्सपोजर. इकोनॉमिक एक्सपोजर को ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपोजर भी बोलते हैं. इकोनॉमिक एक्सपोजर को ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपोजर भी बोलते हैं. Economic exposure is also known as operating exposure, the exposure that can directly affect the value of the firm. इकोनॉमिक एक्सपोजर क्या होता है? इकोनॉमिक एक्सपोजर को ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपोजर भी बोलते हैं. Exposure that can directly affect the value of the firm. It can have an impact on operating cash flows. Exposure को operating exposure भी बोलते हैं. The exposure that can directly affect the value of the firm. It can have an impact on operating cash flows. Price of elasticity of demand of a product of you sold is 1.5. The price of elasticity of demand of a product sold in this market is 1.5. When the exchange rate changes from 85 to 80, the price of the product is compared to $1, honestly. Since price of the product declines by 8%, old by new changes to 85 from 80 तो when exchange rate changes, when exchange rate changes to 85, when exchange rate changes to 85 from rupees 80, the price of the product in market is पहले था 80, फिर हो गया 85 इंटू 1, तो इतना रुपये चेंज हो गया. Since the price of the product declines by 8.82%, demand increases by 8.82% into 1.5, 10.23%. ठीक है. Since the price of the product declines by इतना परसेंटेज, परसेंट कैसा आएगा, जितना पैसा कम हुआ है by 1. Foreign exchange risk. Foreign exchange rate changes to 285 from 80. The price of the product in dollar कितना रुपीस होगा, पहले था 80, फिर हो गया 85 इंटू 1, तो इतना रुपीस हो गया. ठीक है. कंपेयर टू फाइव. Since the price of the product declines by कितना परसेंटेज, 0.9451. ये अपना न्यू बाय ओल्ड 8.82%. Demand increases by into 1.5. Market is 3.6 तो exchange rate था पहले 80, product price in dollar is 1 unit against 100, revenue is 8,000. exchange rate domestic currency depreciates, foreign currency appreciates, तो ये हो गया 85. तो जो product price है डॉलर के अंदर वो कितना हो जाएगा, तो पहले था 80 के 85 इंटू 1, तो 0.94 आ जाएगा. तो अभी इतना हो गया कंपेयर टू 1. अब जो कंपेयर टू 1 है तो इसी को जब इसमें डिवाइड करेंगे कि न्यू बाई ओल्ड, न्यू बाई ओल्ड, तो आ जाएगा अपने पास परसेंटेज, एंड दैट परसेंटेज विल बी द चेंज. ठीक है. खत्म. निकालेंगे घर. तो अगर डोमेस्टिक करेंसी अगर डेप्रिशिएट होती तो एक्सपोर्ट्स के ऊपर पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट होता है, इम्पोर्ट्स पे नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट होता है, बिकॉज यू हैव टू पे मोर, आपका एक्सपेंस हो गया, या अगर आपकी जो लाइबिलिटी है वो बढ़ जाती है. तो अगर डोमेस्टिक करेंसी एप्रिशिएट होती है तो जो आपके एक्सपोर्ट्स हैं उनके ऊपर नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट होता है और जो आपके इम्पोर्ट्स हैं उसके ऊपर पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट होता है। मार्केट रिस्क, ठीक है, तो ये हो गया। तो जो फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिस्क है वो 3 टाइप के एक्सपोजर देता है। ट्रांजैक्शन एक्सपोजर, ट्रांसलेशन एक्सपोजर जिसको अकाउंटिंग एक्सपोजर भी बोलते हैं, इम्पैक्ट इज नोशनल, और इकोनॉमिक एक्सपोजर, ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपोजर। इकोनॉमिक एक्सपोजर, ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपोजर, इम्पोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट का यहाँ पर, ठीक है। अब आते हैं मार्केट रिस्क के ऊपर। चेंज इन एसेट वैल्यू ड्यू टू चेंज इन मार्केट प्राइसेस इज मार्केट रिस्क। लिक्विडिटी रिस्क कब होता है? जब इनएबिलिटी होती है टू फाइंड अ काउंटर पार्टी, execute the transaction at a reasonable price and execute transaction immediately. Reinvestment risk है, risk that arises due to redeployment of funds at a lower rate. Reinvestment risk है, risk that arises due to redeployment of funds at a lower rate. Credit risk. Two types of risk हैं बहुत सारे। पहला है पॉलिसी रिस्क, दूसरा है पॉलिटिकल रिस्क, तीसरा है सोशल रिस्क, चौथा है ऑपरेशनल रिस्क, पांचवा है कॉन्सेंट्रेशन रिस्क, छठा है इवेंट रिस्क, सातवां है क्लाइमेट रिस्क, आठवां है मार्केट रिस्क, नौवां है लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, 10वां है फाइनेंशियल रिस्क। फाइनेंशियल रिस्क में आता है इन्फ्लेशन, इंटरेस्ट रेट, नहीं, फाइनेंशियल रिस्क में आता है मार्केट रिस्क, लिक्विडिटी रिस्क, इन्फ्लेशन, इंटरेस्ट रेट, इन्फ्लेशन रिस्क, इंटरेस्ट रेट रिस्क, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिस्क। फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिस्क में है 3 टाइप के एक्सपोजर, ट्रांजैक्शन एक्सपोजर, एसेट लायबिलिटी इनकम एक्सपेंस भी क्या इम्पैक्ट करता है, ट्रांसलेशन एक्सपोजर जिसको अकाउंटिंग एक्सपोजर भी बोलते हैं, और इकोनॉमिक एक्सपोजर जो कि एसेट के अपना एक्सपोर्ट इम्पोर्ट है, ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपोजर, ठीक है। रिस्क मैनेजमेंट, रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टेक्निक्स क्या है? रिस्क अवॉइडेंस, रिस्क रिटेंशन, रिस्क डाइवर्सिफिकेशन, रिस्क सेपरेशन, रिस्क शेयरिंग, लॉस कंट्रोल, रिस्क ट्रांसफर, रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टेक्निक्स। सेक्शन डी, risk avoidance, risk retention, risk sharing, risk transfer, risk separation, risk diversification. Together, risk avoidance. Example, not undertaking any business which is not financially feasible. Risk avoidance here. Example, not undertaking any business which is not financially feasible. Risk avoidance. Risk avoidance. Example, not undertaking any business which is not financially feasible. तो रिस्क पहले रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टेक्निक्स क्या हैं? टोटल 7 हैं. रिस्क अवॉइडेंस, रिस्क रिटेंशन, रिस्क शेयरिंग, रिस्क ट्रांसफर, risk diversification, risk spreading, risk separation, and loss control. तो है risk avoidance, risk avoid करना. Example, not taking any business which is not financially feasible. फिर है risk retention, identify acceptable risk and retain it if cost of matching is more. Risk retention क्या है? Risk retention, identify acceptable risk and retain it if cost of managing is more. Example, an example of a risk retention is that a company may be willing to retain could be a damage to an outdoor middle road over a shed. The company may instead decide to set aside funds for the eventual replacement of the shed's roof rather than purchase an insurance policy to pay for its replacement. Risk retention, identify acceptable risk and retain it if the cost of managing is more. Example, an example of a risk that a company will be willing to retain could be damage to an outdoor metal roof over a shed. The company may instead decide to set aside funds for the eventual replacement of the shed's roof rather than purchase an insurance policy to pay for its replacement. Risk diversification, investment in less correlated assets, investment in Nifty 50 stocks rather than Bank Nifty stocks. तो risk diversification क्या होता है? Investments in less correlated assets, investments in Nifty 50 stocks rather than Bank Nifty stocks. Risk separation, example, maintaining inventory at multiple locations, storing databases at different locations. Risk separation क्या है? Example, maintaining inventory at multiple locations, storing databases at different locations. Risk separation spreading. Risk sharing, loss control value, pricing import and exports in the same currency तो होगा loss control. Loss control करेंगे pricing import and exports in the same currency. Loss control का तरीका क्या है? Pricing import and exports in the same currency. Risk sharing, buyer and seller can enter into a forward agreement with a price band, say floor price of ₹8 and cap price of 100. If the price on maturity is 70, the buyer will buy at ₹80 to ensure minimum price for the seller. If the price on maturity is 110, the seller promises to sell at 100 to ensure the buyers are closing to 800. तो रिस्क शेयरिंग में बाहर से अपना फॉर्मूला क्रिएट कर देते हैं। रिस्क शेयरिंग में बाहर से फॉर्मूला क्रिएट कर देते हैं। लॉस कंट्रोल, प्राइसिंग इंपोर्ट एंड एक्सपोर्ट इन सेम करेंसी, risk transfer of risk to those who are willing to accept without necessarily transferring the asset, जैसे कि insurance and hedging. Risk transfer. हेलो भाई निहार। लॉस कंट्रोल, रिस्क ट्रांसफर, loss control, pricing import and exports in the same currency. Risk transfer, transfer of risk to those who are willing to risk transfer, transfer of risk to risk sharing के होंगे बाहर से एक फॉरवर्ड एग्रीमेंट कर दें। risk transfer more the transfer of risk to those who are willing to accept without necessarily transferring the asset. Insurance hedging risk transfer. तो हमारे पास रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टेक्निक्स क्या है? रिस्क अवॉइडेंस है, रिस्क रिटेंशन है, रिस्क डाइवर्सिफिकेशन है, रिस्क सेपरेशन है, रिस्क शेयरिंग है, लॉस कंट्रोल है एंड लॉस रिस्क ट्रांसफर है। रिस्क मैनेजमेंट टेक्निक्स क्या है? टोटल 7 है। रिस्क अवॉइडेंस, रिस्क रिटेंशन, रिस्क शेयरिंग, रिस्क ट्रांसफर, रिस्क डाइवर्सिफिकेशन, रिस्क सेपरेशन, रिस्क स्प्लिटिंग and loss control. Risk management techniques है risk avoidance, risk reduction, risk diversification, risk separation, spreading, risk sharing, loss control, risk transfer. Hedging. Hedging is protecting against unfavorable or adverse price movements by fixing the price to be paid or accepted in the future. Hedging क्या है? Work be paid. Hedging क्या है? Hedging is protecting against unfavorable price movements by fixing the price to be paid or received in the future. Hedging is is protecting against unfavorable or adverse price movements by fixing the price to be paid or received in future. Hedging cap, protecting against unfavorable or adverse price movements by fixing the price to be paid or received in future. Hedging. Hedging means protecting against unfavorable or adverse price movements by fixing the price to be paid or received in future. Example: Infosys exports thousands software to a company in the US and it receives payment in dollar after a month. It is exposed to the risk of changing dollar prices. Hence, Infosys can fix the price today itself by entering a forward agreement. So hedging is basically hedging. Yeah, hedging is protecting against unfavorable price movements by fixing the price to be paid or set in future. It is exposed to the risk of changes in prices. Hence, Infosys can fix the price to itself by entering a forward agreement. When you approach a bank for entering forward agreement, it has given the following bid ask quotes. When you approach a bank for entering a forward agreement, it gives the following bid ask quotes as bank is a market maker. The authorized dealer who gives bid ask quote is called market maker. Market maker, a bank. The authorized dealer who gives bid ask quotes the bid is the purchase price for the bank and sell bid is the purchase price for the bank. Bid is the purchase price for the bank. Time for washroom break. I'm back. Okay.
written in English. They are Western production methods and styles. Pretty simple. That's they're trying to ensure in the non-IBS India You don't have enough number of people who want a single type of car. You have people who have a requirement for vehicles, but different types of vehicles in one market. What would you do?
Sir, I think they will use just-in-time production system where, like in
Okay.
same
How
conveyor
is that?
belt, they will.
How is that? How is that?
No, sir, they don't need to use multiple assembly lines. In single mass assembly line, you can produce multiple, cars and multiple variants of a car.
So mass production was using a single assembly line or multiple assembly line. Mass production. Mass production is a bit abusive. There's a lot of noise in the background. There is song and dance going on in the background. Okay, mass production they are using a single assembly line. That means they are making how many different types of cars?
Sir, as per the case, four different types.
Mass production.
In mass production, only one type.
One type of car. Any color you want as long as it is black. Only one type of car. Now the Japanese also do that in the premium. What were they actually setting a demand for? Small quantities of different types of things. Single conductor will have the same single assembly line. Now is it easy to use a single assembly line to make different types of vehicles which are required in different quantities? Or is it easy to use an assembly line to make one type of vehicle in large quantity? So why? Tell me why.
Because the fixed cost is going to reduce per each unit. They don't really have to produce like multiple
So let's take so what's the difficulty with producing different types of vehicles on the same assembly line required in smaller quantities, not in large? The variety is more and the volume is less.
Sir, for that, to produce different types of cars, single assembly line, you will require multiple types of machinery, and with each machinery performing a different type of task.
So let me ask you. So go to any of the Andhra chicken centers. Right? That can make puri, masala dosa, idli, vada, all using only one different types of equipment. But he makes using the same dough, all these different types of equipment. They don't seem to have a problem with it. They make it in as many quantities as different people want different amounts of society or what is the difficulty or ease of producing? They are not able to break even.
Sir, I think they need to do some changes in the processes for different variants of vehicles. It will not be the same.
Correct. So each time you make the dosa, you have to set up the equipment differently. The uttapam you have to set it up differently. You vada, whatever you use, it is slightly different. You want to use a tawa, you use an oven. It is not a bunch of equipment. How much equipment do you see in an uneven equipment? Not too big. You will have certain types of machines. And then you will just have to make different types. And then the setup time for each of those things might be slightly different. But each time, if you come in and ask for one type of food, he is able to put so much together and make it in the quantity that they require. What is the difficulty here? Cars. So read that article carefully and see what type you know what's right. You have not already read it. If you have read it, tell me what type you know what's right. What is this concept of equal? Tiffin centers are able to do it. They are doing it just in time only. They leave the door in the morning and then the rest of the day they are able to do it and different types of food that they want, whatever they want. Nobody wants mass or number of dosas or mass number of
Employed.
Nobody wants a craft produced to come up. They are able to provide quality.
To protecting
Why is Toyota not able to do it?
against
For Indians, tiffin centers are much smarter than Toyota Japanese car manufacturing. Reason why is the Toyota car so famous all over.
Sir, it is possible for different sector to do lean production because in their case, the machinery that they're using or the equipment that they're using are small in size and they are light in weight. Whereas for car manufacturer, for a car manufacturer, the equipment and machineries that they use are very heavy. It is not possible for them to change it again and again in a short period of time.
So which specific equipment are you talking about here in the data?
Sir, as per the case, we are talking about the car press stamping machine.
The DIE, right? So this is the shifting over from one type of vehicle to another type of vehicle in order to do that stamping of all the metal parts came in sheets in order to make different panels and body of the car as well as systems all together. In terms of cars and vans and trucks and trolleys, was difficult for them to do. How much time does it take for them to go from one type of vehicle to another?
Employer to protecting against unfavorable price movement in underlying asset. Price occupation derivatives.
The die exchange was taking how much time?
3 minutes, sir.
Die exchange was taking how much time? How much
Sir,
time would
originally it was taking around 1 full day.
the Ford production system would take a whole day to exchange the die to make one type of vehicle and shift over or set up. This one set up and shift over or set up a die for a different type of vehicle parts a whole day. What did IG Ono drive towards with continuous improvement? He was able to shift over the die exchange to
Sir, it will be done in 2 to 3 hours.
eventually the idea was to do it in a single stream. It's called SNED, single minute exchange of time. Right, you want to use the services and the GCS of another Japanese guy called CDS. Shigeo Shingo is also the person who developed the Hokkaido case. We talked about service. So Shigeo Shingo developed the profit ICO of single minute exchange of light procedure by experimenting continuously with trying to reduce the setup time of shifting from one type of die to make one kind of vehicle to another type of die to make another kind of vehicle. This is incredible. Unless you actually do it, you won't understand. Think of it as if you have to switch over from one kind of class to another kind of class, how much time does it take to work? How much time are you given? Between MEBE and OM, or between OM and something else. BA2. How much time are you given to shift over?
10 minutes, sir.
10 minutes. After those 10 minutes, how much time does it take you to set down?
Another 5 minutes.
Another 5 minutes maybe. So imagine in a single classroom, 1 hour 15 minutes instead of teaching you OM. Suppose somebody were to teach you OM and NEB and BA, one after the other. Do you think it would be easy for you to grasp it? It would be easy for somebody to do that? Move in our entire faculty and teach OM, then switch over to NEB, then switch over to BA. In 1 hour 15 minutes, we teach 3 different types of the same 1 hour. Probably nobody. Which one of you would be able to make that shift quickly? 1 minute, not the 10 plus 5, 15 minutes. I am studying the complexity that we are making.
I'll take 2 minutes gap.
It's called reproduction. have to be stored somewhere, we have to spend money storing them somewhere. That's another kind of it.
I'm back.
Location layout, logistics, we talked about how we can optimize.
One thing which I've realized is that when you are studying for a long period of time, you should take breaks in between.
Or where is the most optimal place where you can locate something so that the overall volume of goods that are moving around, the total cost can be minimized, or the different aspects that you're taking into consideration, deciding to locate something because of the benefits that it gives in terms of maybe in terms of labor costs, maybe in terms of accessibility to resources, maybe in terms of community costs, to be able to access the outfits that you sell. All these are also ways to control the loss. Then we talk about value engineering, which is that capture the waste or non-value added aspects of the
Hygiene is a risk management strategy employed
find out
to protecting against unfavorable price movement in underlying asset prices by taking opposite position on derivatives. Hedging is a risk management strategy employed to protecting against unfavorable price movement in the underlying asset by taking opposite position on derivatives. For example, for a farmer who cultivates land, crop will be ready by November. Now it is June. What is the concern of the farmer? He may have to sell his crop at a lower price. Similarly, what is the concern of the rice miller who purchases rice grains from farmer and processes it further to sell to the final consumer? Rice miller may have to buy at a high price. Under such a situation, both the parties come together and have an agreement in June which will be executed in November. तो hedging क्या है? Hedging is a risk management strategy. Hedging is a price movement, but also have subset potential. Hedging is a protecting against unfavorable price movement by the price to be to the same future. Hedging is risk management strategy applied to protecting against unfavorable price movement in underlying asset. Hedging is a risk management strategy employed to protecting against unfavorable price movement in underlying asset prices by taking opposite position in derivatives.
Learning curve and standardization and how it helps learn the design of a product process, how it addresses manufacturability, how it helps you to make the stock, how it helps you to save costs, all of these things. This improvement or cash, you have to keep working at it in order to get better and better. Right? The next word which probably you have to give is just in time, which means that you produce according to demand. So it's not exactly make to order. commodity or product, but you see every company that they data. Redoka means whenever there is a quality problem, instead of letting that quality problem cascade at people with the stop right there and let the whole product stop, and that quality problem is addressed in the quality team. So there is a whole bunch of, so if you remember, we saw U-shaped assembly line. The advantage of U-shaped assembly line is that workers are hanging around indefinitely, and whenever there is a problem, they all get together and they solve each other's problem. So they stop when there is a quality problem, so that the quality problem does not go to the next stage and then become a bigger quality problem. Right? Because in fact, it's not only within the product line, it's also practiced with the supplier. So the suppliers use a bad raw material, they will not produce any type of good material. They'll just stop there and then they'll cause that quality raw material only then will they produce. So that's what
Oh,
that's what we do. Then there is a concept which is not here, but it's called Rimit. Rimit has 7 products.
if market price for the spot price in November is less than forward price,
Market says that they were producing at the
if
same level
market
when
price or
sold
spot
price.
price,
That's what we discussed. It's an amazing aspect of exercise distribution. It will blow your mind in terms of how complicated. The advantage is that is the suppliers know your every person is in the same business. Organization more competition. There are different 7 people in different parts of the organization. So everybody knows at any point of time whether they are on target or they are falling behind target or they are ahead of target. They do something, right? Kanban is slightly more advanced, complicated topic, but it's visual control. Easiest way to understand it is use visual control so no problem or hidden the effect inside full production line. So just like you can flag and say, okay, these flags set the part assignment that right? Like that, the Kanban is that thing. Like Kanban can be visual control. It sometimes is also sound. So in the Japanese production system, they have just like the double decker buses, they have things that they put, I don't know, people think that there is things that pull the bell. So the conductor pulls that bell and a double ding 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 move. Okay, so you can use audio control as well. Okay. The what happens is that they use status of mind, their delayed or their on time, their security check or whatever. That is camera. This helps full production. Camera. Okay. So the idea is that not only will everybody see the product know what is going on, generally they have this typical time arrangement. So the entire shop floor, they are not separate rooms that people cannot see each other. In the shop floor, everybody can see everything else that's going on, but they are far away. Stock market, usually stock broking firms, usually all those people are trading. They use Kanban to communicate sign language. Okay, so that's Kanban. What else do we need to know? Semi-common systematic treatment system is SEMA working, quality test, quality team, SEMA working, right? What we're going to do because a lot of
price
our
it is when the product has a market price
quality
with
team
high levels to
decide
satisfaction
how
of
to
the
fix
product.
because at point two there's a problem because it's complete. Those quality teams who are working know best what needs to be done rather than some top management telling them what they should do. They believe that the workers are doing it every day, they know better what needs to be done, and they can collectively do Nemawashi, arrive at a solution. There's also a concept called KDC.
Market price or spot price
I don't know if I'm wrong.
in November, he loses as he fixed
Then
prices
you
at
need to
lower
go and
level
see for
to
yourself.
sell his reduced inventory
So
into forward
management
contract.
is also called management by working around.
When
Management
market
is
price for
generally
the
never
November is
what is
less than forward price, he loses as he would be fixed prices at higher level
whatever workers think. They won't be
to
aware of
buy
what is
reduced
being
inventory
reported.
into forward contract.
Marketing
When market
person
price or
or
spot price in
what
November
is
is more
reported what the sales
than the forward
operation.
price, he gets
You won't know what
benefited as he
exactly is
fixed
happening in the
price
sales.
at lower
Immediately
level
they
to
put
buy his
all the
reduced
necessary
inventory
efforts.
into a forward contract.
Any doubts? Any quick doubts? First, resolve them, quick doubts, and then
He
we'll come to
knows
some topic.
long forward, short forward.
Sir, is that Kanban and annual system a similar
long position, long forward, short forward, long position, short position, long forward. Long for support stopping, long forward, long forward the buy. Long is upward stopping, indicating gains for price rise and losses long forward the counter buy. You will buy. You use the market closing, long position, long forward. Long forward, short forward, long price another straight, economy is long position. Long is upward stopping, straight line, indicating gains. Hello, hi, Prash. One of my friend Abhi, he told me that what I can do is whatever I'm reading, I can also explain, um, so that uh, people can understand what I'm reading. Hello, hi again. So basically, bro, FDRM, FDRM. Thanks, bro.
Anybody has any idea how much time it takes for a car from the time it comes into the pit stop till it gets away from the pit stop and goes back to
Thank
the
you,
pit?
Shreya.
I think it's less than
Seven, 7 seconds. 7 seconds, the car is got to get back on track. Okay, so that is like your comfortability.
Wait, I'll WhatsApp you. Sure, bro.
So set up time in the pit stop, this is your time on the track, and you're continuing in the race, there is a bell already. Now you can use the 7 seconds and change over time. Change over time to price your own product. Maybe you are like, okay, more time it takes for me to start using the company.
So basically, here I read about long forward and short forward contract. So in long forward, जो payoff diagram है, it is upward sloping, which indicates that there will be gain if price rise happens, and there will be losses for price fall, and gain losses are unlimited. So basically, अगर एग्जांपल के तौर पे if the long forward is buyer buying, और अगर वो फॉरवर्ड एग्रीमेंट अगर उसका 100 रुपीज़ है, एंड इफ प्राइस अगर राइज होता है, इफ प्राइस इज 102, सो ऑफकोर्स ही विल गेन. सो इट इज़ अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग कि जितना जितना प्राइस बढ़ेगा उतना उसको फ़ायदा होगा, बिकॉज उसे कम प्राइस पे खरीदना पड़ेगा फॉरवर्ड एग्रीमेंट के तौर पे. एंड शॉर्ट फॉरवर्ड इज द पे ऑफ इज डाउनवर्ड स्लोपिंग स्ट्रेट लाइन इंडिकेटिंग गेन्स फॉर प्राइस फॉल एंड लॉसेस फॉर प्राइस राइज. गेन लॉस आर अनलिमिटेड. तो शॉर्ट फॉरवर्ड कहता है दैट ऑब्वियसली अगर 100 रुपीज़ है अगर फॉरवर्ड एग्रीमेंट, एंड जो शॉर्ट फॉरवर्ड में इसको फ़ायदा कब होगा, जब प्राइस फॉल होगा. अगर प्राइस फॉल हुआ तो इट विल बी 98, तो ऑब्वियसली ही विल बी एबल टू शॉर्ट फॉरवर्ड में ही इज सेलिंग, सो ही विल बी एबल टू सेल एट 100 रुपीज़ इंस्टेड ऑफ 98. सो उसका डाउन स्लोपिंग है. तो बेसिकली लॉन्ग फॉरवर्ड इज payoff is upward sloping straight line indicating gains for price rise and losses for price fall. Gain and losses are unlimited. Short forward में payoff is a downward sloping straight line indicating gains for price fall and losses for price rise. Okay, आगे बढ़ते हैं. Points to note. Forward agreement. Forward agreement is an agreement between two parties to buy or sell at a specified asset at a predetermined price on a predetermined future rate. Forward agreement is an agreement between two parties to buy or sell a specified asset at a predetermined price on a predetermined future date. Forward agreement is an agreement between two parties to buy or sell a specified asset at a predetermined future date. Farmer के लिए कंसर्न है फॉलिंग प्राइस, he will take short position. Position to be taken in derivatives. Hedging is a risk management strategy employed to protecting against unfavorable price movement of underlying asset by taking opposite position in derivatives. तो derivatives में farmer who is selling he takes short position and price where he takes long position. derivatives. Hedging helps in protecting
think about very never-ending investment. You try to continuously
okay.
you try to continuously see. There are people who do it. There are actors who continuously try to improve their acting. So they're better continuously trying to lot of the get fail continuously trying to they do lot of things like lot of things that it means that it's tiring, but it cannot be done without dedication. Many of us get tired on the being great बन गया it's not but it's not being ridiculously ambitious the process not the outcome of the process it's not how many marks you get the test but whether the exercise you get whether in any
ओके अब आते हैं हेजिंग के ऊपर। तो हेजिंग क्या करते हैं? हेजिंग हेल्प्स इन प्रोटेक्टिंग फ्रॉम एडवर्स प्राइस मूवमेंट्स बट इट लिमिट्स अपसाइड पोटेंशियल। जो हेजिंग है वो हेल्प करता है, हमें बचाता है एडवर्स प्राइस मूवमेंट से, बट वो लिमिट करता है हमारा अपसाइड पोटेंशियल। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर 100 रुपीज़ का फॉरवर्ड एग्रीमेंट हो गया तो इवन तो अगर प्राइस कम होगा 1997 होगा spot market price, so of course it will save you from adverse price movement. You'll be able to sell at 100 rupees. But अगर price अगर 104 हो गया 104 हो गया then you won't be able to profit from that. You will only have to sell at 100 rupees. So hedging helps in protecting from adverse price movements, but it limits upside potential. अब आते हैं derivatives के ऊपर. What is derivatives? Derivatives is a security the value of which is derived from some underlying asset. Derivative क्या है? अब जैसे derivative में we take opposite position. अगर if you are selling तो short position लेंगे and if you are buying we'll take long position. Derivative क्या है? Derivative basically एक security है the value of which is derived from some underlying asset. Derivative is a security the value of which is derived
if I want to make caps for a particular size of bottle, then all caps should lie between the average
from some underlying asset. तो डेरिवेटिव्स क्या है? डेरिवेटिव्स बेसिकली एक सिक्योरिटी है जिसकी वैल्यू डिराइव होती है फ्रॉम सम अंडरलाइंग एसेट। अब अंडरलाइंग एसेट्स क्या होंगे? अंडरलाइंग एसेट्स कुछ भी हो सकता है, ठीक है। इट कैन बी एनीथिंग विच यू कैन ट्रेड। करेंसी हो गया, राइस बैग, शुगर, ऑयल, गोल्ड, सिल्वर, कमोडिटी, इक्विटी शेयर्स, इंडाइसेस, बॉन्ड्स, वेदर कंडीशंस, ये सारे अपने हैं अंडरलाइंग एसेट्स। तो अंडरलाइंग एसेट्स क्या हो सकते हैं? करेंसी हो गया, राइस बैग, शुगर, ऑयल, गोल्ड, सिल्वर, कमोडिटी, इक्विटी शेयर्स, इंडाइसेस, बॉन्ड्स, वेदर कंडीशंस, सब अंडरलाइंग एसेट है। तो अब टाइप्स ऑफ डेरिवेटिव्स क्या होते हैं, ठीक है। एक तो अपना एसेट हो गया, अंडरलाइंग एसेट, एंड वी टेक अपोजिट पोजीशन इन डेरिवेटिव्स। अब टाइप्स ऑफ डेरिवेटिव्स क्या होते हैं? 4 टाइप के डेरिवेटिव्स होते हैं, फॉरवर्ड, फ्यूचर्स एंड ऑप्शंस एंड स्वैप्स। तो टाइप्स ऑफ डेरिवेटिव्स क्या हैं? पहला है फॉरवर्ड, फ्यूचर्स, ऑप्शंस, स्वैप्स। तो टाइप्स ऑफ डेरिवेटिव्स 4 टाइप के होते हैं, फॉरवर्ड होता है, फ्यूचर, ऑप्शंस होते हैं एंड स्वैप्स होता है। स्पॉट प्राइस क्या होता है? स्पॉट प्राइस इज द प्राइस विच इज़ एप्लीकेबल फॉर इमीडिएट एग्जीक्यूशन। स्पॉट प्राइस और फॉरवर्ड प्राइस। स्पॉट प्राइस वो प्राइस है जो कि अभी मार्केट प्राइस है, द प्राइस विच इज़ एप्लीकेबल फॉर इमीडिएट एग्जीक्यूशन, उसको स्पॉट प्राइस बोलते हैं, ठीक है, जो अभी मार्केट में चल रहा है। द स्पॉट प्राइस इज द प्राइस विच इज़ एप्लीकेबल फॉर इमीडिएट एग्जीक्यूशन। दूसरा है फॉरवर्ड प्राइस, द प्राइस विच इज़ फिक्स टुडे फॉर एग्जीक्यूशन इन फ्यूचर। तो फॉरवर्ड प्राइस क्या है? फॉरवर्ड प्राइस वो प्राइस है विच इज़ फिक्स्ड टुडे फॉर एग्जीक्यूशन इन द फ्यूचर, तो वो दैट इज फॉरवर्ड प्राइस। तो स्पॉट प्राइस इज द प्राइस विच इज़ एप्लीकेबल फॉर इमीडिएट एग्जीक्यूशन एंड फॉरवर्ड प्राइस इज द प्राइस विच इज़ फिक्स्ड टुडे फॉर एग्जीक्यूशन इन फ्यूचर। तो वो क्या हमारा हेजिंग। हेजिंग में क्या करते हैं? वी डू फॉरवर्ड एग्रीमेंट, शॉर्ट पोजीशन लॉन्ग पोजीशन लेते हैं, ठीक है, जो शॉर्ट पोजीशन है वो सेल करते हैं, लॉन्ग पोजीशन वाला बाई करता है, एंड एक फॉरवर्ड एग्रीमेंट कर देते हैं। बाकी बिड आस्क होता है, बिड इज द परचेज प्राइस फॉर बैंक, आस्क इज द सेल प्राइस फॉर बैंक, ठीक है। नाउ विल गो टू आर्बिट्रेज। हेजिंग हो गया। टाइप्स ऑफ डेरिवेटिव्स क्या है अपनी? फॉरवर्ड, फ्यूचर, ऑप्शन, स्वैप्स। और डेरिवेटिव्स क्या होता है? डेरिवेटिव्स क्या? डेरिवेटिव इज अ सिक्योरिटी वैल्यू ऑफ विच इज डिराइव्ड फ्रॉम सम अंडरलाइंग एसेट। एंड टाइप्स ऑफ डेरिवेटिव्स क्या है? फॉरवर्ड, फ्यूचर, ऑप्शन, स्वैप्स। टाइप्स ऑफ डेरिवेटिव्स है फॉरवर्ड, फ्यूचर, ऑप्शंस एंड स्वैप्स।
These are all standard methods. So this last one is asking 5 W's and 5 Y's. Ask 5 Y's. Why is happening? Is that happening? Why is the not happening? Ask 5 Y's and ask how, like, in order to figure out what is all this. The benchmark process we talked about. Some processes are getting going. Identify how to the best practices and try to adopt them in your own office. See whether you are doing better or even
आर्बिट्रेज करते हैं अभी।
benchmark and after you benchmark, you can go to the process to try to go to the next step. What you're doing, you are trying to learn from the best practices.
हेलो,
People help us
RMS, yes.
to benchmark competitively. Figuring out
So now we'll do arbitrage. It says it involves buying same or similar asset in a low priced market. तो पहले hedging क्या था, ठीक है, let's do hedging. Hedging is a risk management strategy employed to protecting against unfavorable price movement in underlying asset by taking opposite position in derivatives. So hedging is a risk management strategy employed to protecting against unfavorable price movement in underlying asset by taking opposite position in derivatives. ठीक है। Arbitrage क्या है? Arbitrage involves buying same or similar asset in low priced market and selling in high priced market with zero investment, zero risk and positive profit. In other words, it is taking the advantage of price differential in the same or related assets in more than one market. आर्बिट्रेज क्या है? आर्बिट्रेज इन्वॉल्व्स कि हम एक सेम एसेट को बाय करते हैं या सिमिलर एसेट को बाय करते हैं लो प्राइस मार्केट में एंड फिर उसको सेल करते हैं हाई प्राइस मार्केट में विथ जीरो इन्वेस्टमेंट, जीरो रिस्क एंड पॉजिटिव प्रॉफिट। इन अदर वर्ड्स, इट इज टेकिंग द एडवांटेज ऑफ प्राइस डिफरेंशियल इन द सेम एसेट इन मोर देन वन मार्केट, ठीक है। तो आर्बिट्रेज इन्वॉल्व्स बाइंग सेम और सिमिलर एसेट इन लो प्राइस मार्केट and selling in high priced market with zero investment, zero risk and positive profit. In other words, it is taking the advantage of price differential in the same asset in more than one market. Example के तौर पे currently gold prices in the market is rupees 50,000 per 10 gram. 1 year forward price of the gold is 60,000 per 10 gram and interest rate is 10%. Under the given scenario, what do you do? What would you do if the forward price of the gold is 52,000 instead of 60,000? So, if today's gold price is rupees 50,000, if today's gold price is rupees 50,000, this is the spot price of gold which is determined by demand supply forces. तो जो गोल्ड प्राइस का अभी आज का प्राइस है वो है 50,000. 1 year gold forward price is 60,000 और जो फॉरवर्ड प्राइस है 1 year gold का it is 60,000. This is the market price of 1 year gold forward determined by demand supply forces. और इंटरेस्ट रेट क्या है 10% का, ठीक है. So now if you come across the above scenario, what do you do as a rational trader in the market? Any rational trader will undertake the following arbitrage activity. Okay. I cannot understand, bro. क्या लिखा हुआ है ये तू ही करके. Yes, even I'm from RMSA. I passed out from RMSA Ajmer in 2020. If that's what you are asking. तो बोरो किया 50,000 at 10% for 1 year. देन हमने गोल्ड को बाय कर दिया, ठीक है. तो पहले हमने बोरो किए लोन 50,000 10% के इंटरेस्ट रेट पे फॉर 1 ईयर. देन हमने गोल्ड को बाय किया, ठीक है, टेकिंग लॉन्ग पोजीशन विद द स्पॉट गोल्ड, ठीक है. बाय किया ना, तो स्पॉट गोल्ड में हम लॉन्ग पोजीशन ले रहे हैं. अब फिर हमने शॉर्ट पोजीशन लिया क्योंकि शॉर्ट पोजीशन में इन 1 ईयर गोल्ड फॉरवर्ड एट 60,000, क्योंकि अब हम शॉर्ट पोजीशन नहीं कि एक साल के बाद अब बेचेंगे, ठीक है. टुडेज इन्वेस्टमेंट क्या है, जीरो, क्योंकि हमने बॉट किया फिर सेल कर दिया. तो फिर हमने बोरो किया और सेल कर दिया, तो अपना इन्वेस्टमेंट जीरो है. एग्जीक्यूटिव ब्रो, यू लिटरली डोंट हैव अ नेम. पहले नाम तो बता भाई. फिर आफ्टर ईयर हमने क्या किया, हमने एग्जीक्यूट किया शॉर्ट फॉरवर्ड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को एंड हमने गोल्ड को डिलीवर कर दिया विच वी बॉट लास्ट ईयर. तो अपना 60,000 प्लस अपने पास आ गया बिकॉज अपन अभी गोल्ड को बेच रहे हैं, ठीक है. और हमने लोन को पे कर दिया जिसका इंटरेस्ट रेट है कितना 10%. तो मतलब प्रॉफिट क्या हो गया, आर्बिट्रेज प्रॉफिट हो गया 5,000 का. तो ऐसे करके अपन ने ये किया कि पहले तो अपने 50,000 बोरो किए 10% पे, फिर गोल्ड को बाय किया, फिर उसके बाद शॉर्ट और गोल्ड बाय किया, मतलब अपन ने लिया शॉर्ट लॉन्ग पोजिशन इन स्पॉट गोल्ड. देन वी टुक शॉर्ट पोजिशन इन 1 ईयर गोल्ड फॉरवर्ड एट 60,000. Total investment is zero. Then we executed short position, short forward contract and deliver gold which you bought last year 60,000. ठीक है. Then we repay loan with interest 55,000 and arbitrage profit अपना हो गया 5,000 का, ठीक है. Note, arbitrage profit is equal to the difference between the market price of 1 year gold forward and the fair price of 1 year gold forward. तो जो अपना arbitrage profit है वो क्या है, अपना arbitrage profit है equal to the difference between the market price of 1 year gold forward and the fair price of 1 year gold forward. Fair price क्यों? Because हम लोग we have taken loan, so we have to also pay the interest. ठीक है, तो arbitrage profit है अपना मार्केट प्राइस 1 year गोल्ड प्रॉफिट में और जो उसका फेयर प्राइस है 1 year गोल्ड प्रॉफिट में. If there is any scope for arbitrage profit, it implies the market is not efficient. और अगर कोई भी स्कोप है arbitrage profit का, then वो इम्प्लाई करता है कि जो मार्केट है it is not sufficient efficient. If there is any scope for arbitrage profit, it implies that the market is not efficient.
Decide on the entire bank and the quality of that bank based on that sample. So that sample can lead you to make a bank together. So the correct sampling is important.
Arbitrage profit. If there is any scope for arbitrage profit, it implies the market is not efficient. What should be the fair price of 1 year gold forward be if there should be no scope for arbitrage? That will be 55,000, right?
So just the sense of the factors that follow.
55,000 is called fair price or intrinsic price or ideal price or reasonable value. Or what should be the price the asset deserves for. तो fair price कैसे निकालते हैं?
Your layout should be optimized, your inventory should be optimized, your scheduling should be proper. We talked about
Fair price of
determine the priority in the job.
forward
Reduce the average lateness
to avoid
and as well as increase the average or
arbitrages S naught 1 plus R e power t.
in order to meet the due dates. Otherwise, some of the other jobs will be delayed or some of the other jobs may not be able to be done.
तो फिर हमने क्या पढ़ा कि जो फेयर प्राइस को हम इंट्रेंसिक प्राइस भी बोलते हैं, आइडियल प्राइस फेयर प्राइस को आइडियल प्राइस बोलते हैं, इंट्रेंसिक प्राइस बोलते हैं, रीजनेबल प्राइस बोलते हैं. ब्रो टेल मी योर नेम और एल्स आई एम ब्लॉकिंग यू. RMS से तो भाई बता दो.
They would read the site.
This is called fair price, intrinsic price, ideal price, reasonable value. What should the price of the asset deserves for. तो फिर हमारा जो फेयर प्राइस है वो है स्पॉट प्राइस 1 plus R to power t.
When you have scrap setup time, late delivery, quality can be problems that are hidden.
So until and unless the inventory level goes down, we could so there is a scrap and it is freezing, but the inventory
Yeah, but by how?
Sir, in the first image, the water level, the inventory is very high because the water, like, it covers the rocks and everything. Like in the second one, the water level is lowered as the inventory drops.
So that is just an allegory, right? Explain to me why that allegory is applicable in a production. That there are problems with the rock and the inventory is the water. How does inventory hide from it?
Sir, if a company, if a firm has sufficient level of
F नॉट इक्वल्स टू S नॉट 1 plus R की पावर t. ठीक है, तो जो हमारा फेयर प्राइस है फॉरवर्ड वी यूज इट टू अवॉइड आर्बिट्रेज, राइट. तो वो निकल कैसे S नॉट प्लस इंटू 1 plus R की पावर t, क्योंकि यहाँ पे इंटरेस्ट रेट की भी वैल्यू होगी बिकॉज वी हैव टेकन लोन. फेयर प्राइस
What is basically saying is that if some pieces are defective, then other pieces which are okay can stay with the other. We have 100 parts which are producing and some 10 parts are defective. Then because you have 90 parts, you are still able to run business. You are not business parts is being affected. But if we have only 10, we are making only 10 parts, and if 10%, right? So if one part is defective, then you have only 9 parts. And if you have two companies which want to buy part C, one company is going to get one part less. Any other idea? I'll give you a simple example related to NCCC. What size of group should I form of students so that some students who don't do any work can hide in the group?
Sir, approx 2 to 8 members.
If I make 6 to 20 per second, there are some sleeping parties in the group, right? Some people who won't do any work but they'll get what they want, and everybody else that these person should work they want. So what size of team will help me spot whether everybody is doing equal amount of work or not? Let's start with me. If one person is not doing the job, will I check it?
Yeah, that depends on the number of people who are there.
Take away Google Meet, maybe we have supposed to have up to 50 people, right? But the people's cameras are switched off, right?
Yes,
The cameras are switched off because of technical reasons they are saying, right?
yes,
So
sir.
now tell me how many people are there? How many people are in the meet, right?
तो एफ नॉट क्या है, जो फेयर प्राइस ऐसे निकालेंगे जो हमारा होना चाहिए था। फेयर प्राइस को इससे आइडल प्राइस, इंट्रिंसिक प्राइस, रीजनेबल वैल्यू एंड व्हाट शुड बी द प्राइस ऑफ द एसेट डिजर्व्स फॉर। तो जो फेयर प्राइस ऑफ फॉरवर्ड वो क्या होगा, टूवर्ड आर्बिट्रेज एस नॉट इंटू 1 + r की पावर टी। जहाँ पे एस नॉट है वो है स्पॉट प्राइस ऑफ अंडरलाइन एसेट जो हम आज इमीडिएटली पे करेंगे। आर है इंटरेस्ट रेट और टी है टाइम टू मेच्योरिटी। ठीक है,
How many people do you think are there in the meet? There are the office that want to take advantage of that. Then they'll go and complain that online classes are being taken advantage of. Why inventory type jobs?
ओके।
Other than that, what
सो नाउ विल टॉक अबाउट थस आगे हम थस फेयर प्राइस ऑफ फॉरवर्ड इज द फंक्शन ऑफ स्पॉट प्राइस, इंटरेस्ट रेट एंड मेच्योरिटी। ऑब्वियसली जो फेयर प्राइस है ऑफ फॉरवर्ड वो किसका फंक्शन है, स्पॉट प्राइस का एस नॉट, इंटरेस्ट रेट का 1 + r की पावर टी, मेच्योरिटी का। मार्केट प्राइस ऑफ फॉरवर्ड इज डिटरमाइंड बाय डिमांड सप्लाई फोर्सेस। तो जो मार्केट प्राइस है फॉरवर्ड का वो होता है बाय डिमांड सप्लाई फोर्सेस, और जो फेयर प्राइस है फॉरवर्ड का इट इज द फंक्शन ऑफ स्पॉट प्राइस, इंटरेस्ट रेट एंड मेच्योरिटी।
now let's see what are the different types of waste.
इन एफिशिएंट मार्केट जो फेयर प्राइस होगा और जो मार्केट प्राइस होगा वो सेम होगा, सो दैट देयर इज नो स्कोप फॉर आर्बिट्रेज। एक एफिशिएंट मार्केट के अंदर फेयर प्राइस एंड मार्केट प्राइस शुड बी सेम, सो दैट देयर इज नो स्कोप फॉर आर्बिट्रेज।
Sir, the Boeing case.
Boeing.
अब आते हैं सिनेरियो 2 के ऊपर। ठीक है,
Boeing case we had
Not the Boeing case. It was the Southwest Airlines case. Southwest Airlines was eliminating waste or creating waste. What was the waste?
eliminating waste.
What is the waste?
The time taken in like
Going to the hub. Instead of going from point A to point B, they are going from A to B and then from A to C and from there to B. That's what they are eliminating. Have you seen? So the Southwest Airlines was eliminating the loss of time in moving from A to B. Okay. You see this? How much of this is value added to work? Be able to read that. You receive input, you wait for inspection of whatever it is that you receive, you wait for the
now we'll talk about scenario 2.
wait for the payroll,
So today's gold price is 50,000.
you waiting
This is the spot price of gold which is determined by demand supply forces. 1 year gold forward price is 52,000. This is the market price of 1 year gold forward which is determined by the demand supply forces और जो interest rate है वो है 10%. If you come across this scenario, what would you do as a rational trader in the market? Any rational trader will undertake the following arbitrage activity. तो अभी यहाँ पे क्या है कि 50,000 है अपना ये, ठीक है, और इंटरेस्ट जब हम लोग लोन पे भी करेंगे तो इट विल बी लाइक 55,000. तो व्हाट विल डू, विल टेक शॉर्ट पोजीशन, तो विल शॉर्ट सेल्स गोल्ड इन स्पॉट, शॉर्ट सेल करेंगे गोल्ड को इन स्पॉट एंड रिसीव सेल प्रोसीड्स इन कैश. क्योंकि यहाँ पे प्राइस कम है तो फिर विल डू शॉर्ट सेल गोल्ड इन स्पॉट and receive sale proceeds in cash. Then will invest sell proceeds at 10% interest. Then will take long position in year gold forward at 52,000. और आज के इन्वेस्टमेंट हमने क्या है, जीरो. तो हमने क्या किया था, पहले जब अपना प्राइस कम था वहाँ पे हमने क्या किया था, यहाँ पे we took the long position in spot gold, और यहाँ पे we took the short position, short sell in spot and receive sale proceeds in cash. Then we invest the sale proceeds and receive cash at 10%. Then we take long position in 1 year gold forward at 50,000. Reason was to do receive investment proceeds with interest, execute long position gold forward by 52,000 and receive gold. It is a bit difficult यार, समझना पड़ेगा इसे. Arbitrage profit. तो arbitrage जो profit है, it is equal to the difference between market price of 1 year gold forward 52,000 and fair price of 1 year gold forward 55,000. Short sell means selling an asset without owning it. Short sell क्या होता है? Short sell means selling an asset तो शॉर्ट सेल क्या होता है कि हम एक एसेट को बेच देते हैं विदाउट ओनिंग इट. शॉर्ट सेल. पॉइंट्स टू नोट. अब आते हैं arbitrage profit is equal to the difference between market price of 1 year gold forward and fair price of 1 year gold forward rupees 3,000. Short sell क्या होता है? Short sell means selling an asset without owning it. अब point note क्या है यहाँ पे? Market price fair price का difference. Market price is the price that is available in the market, determined by demand and supply forces, and fair price is the price that should be the price of the asset deserves or fair price. तो मार्केट प्राइस क्या है? मार्केट प्राइस इज द प्राइस दैट इज अवेलेबल इन द मार्केट डिटरमाइंड बाय डिमांड एंड सप्लाई फोर्सेस. एंड फेयर प्राइस क्या है? फेयर प्राइस इज द प्राइस दैट शुड बी द प्राइस ऑफ द एसेट deserves. If market price of forward is 60,000 is more than fair price, forward is overpriced, hence sell forward and buy spot. ये इजी हो गया यहाँ पे। तो अगर मार्केट प्राइस है फॉरवर्ड का 60,000, अगर वो ज़्यादा है फेयर प्राइस से, तो स्पॉट को बाय कर लो और फॉरवर्ड को सेल कर दो। फॉरवर्ड इज ओवर प्राइस्ड। मार्केट प्राइस को यहाँ पे फॉरवर्ड बोल दे रहे हैं। तो अगर मार्केट प्राइस जो है अगर वो ज़्यादा है फेयर प्राइस से, देन फॉरवर्ड इज ओवर प्राइस्ड एंड यहाँ पे फॉरवर्ड को हम सेल करेंगे और बाय करेंगे स्पॉट को। बोरो द मनी रिक्वायर्ड टू बाय गोल्ड एट अ प्रिवेलिंग इंटरेस्ट रेट, एग्जीक्यूट। ठीक है। और अगर मार्केट प्राइस जो है अगर वो कम है फेयर प्राइस से, इन दैट केस जो फॉरवर्ड है वो अंडर प्राइस है और यहाँ पे हम सेल करेंगे अंडर प्राइस, तो यहाँ पे हम बाय करेंगे फॉरवर्ड को एंड सेल करेंगे स्पॉट को ऑब्वियसली।
How to convert jumbled flows into linear flows by converting functional layouts to cell layouts.
If market price of forward is 52,000 and it is less than fair price, then जो फेयर प्राइस है अपना वो फॉरवर्ड है अपना अंडर प्राइस है, बिकॉज हम फॉरवर्ड को मार्केट प्राइस के तौर पे ले रहे हैं, एंड हेंस विल बाय द फॉरवर्ड एंड सेल स्पॉट। ये देखना पड़ेगा इसको देखने के बाद में। अब अंत में आते हैं अपना आर्बिट्रेज हो गया, हेजिंग हो गया। हेजिंग क्या था? Hedging is a risk management strategy employed to protecting against unfavorable price movement in underlying asset by taking opposite position in derivatives. वहाँ पे ना लॉन्ग फॉरवर्ड शॉर्ट फॉरवर्ड, ठीक है, फॉरवर्ड एग्रीमेंट। आर्बिट्रेज क्या है कि एक ही एसेट के जो डिफरेंट प्राइसेस हैं अपने डिफरेंट मार्केट्स के अंदर, उसका फ़ायदा उठाना आर्बिट्रेज है। अब अंत में आते हैं स्पेकुलेशन के ऊपर। Speculation involves buying or selling to gain out of market expectations without any genuine interest in underlying asset.
You will not get the fat away from the hand. And grasp
Speculation involves
easier to put some
Suppose
right. Right.
buying or selling
Imagine this is a table.
to gain
Easier to put some to
out of
push where on the top of the student sitting in front of them.
I'm sorry, can you come again?
If you push a table, it's going to fall on the student who's sitting in front of them.
Yes.
You want to kill somebody or you want to pull the table?
So move the table, but still I'll push with a little force.
Right. Go ahead and push the table that way. Do it and then see which is required more effort or less. I did that deal. Okay. So this is a cat plan. This is a purple marker there. It is signaling something. Signal marker hanging on both.
speculation क्या होता है? Speculation means buying or selling to gain out of market expectations without any genuine interest in the underlying asset. Very confusing है थोड़ा। Speculation क्या है? Speculation involves buying or selling to gain out of market expectations without any genuine interest in underlying asset. Example, if you expect that the price of Infosys shares goes up in near future, you may take long position in Infosys share futures today and close the position in futures by taking a bullish position in future.
Then the marker pen will be sitting in the drawer and then mic will be sitting in the bags and it will be the wrong
Futures, near futures, taking short position by taking a positive short position in future. ठीक है। Similarly, if you expect that the price of HUL share goes down in near future, you may take short position in HUL share futures today and close the position by taking opposite position in future. Yeah, it is also like
So that's
SI
what artificial. That's the Japanese demand, right?
speculation. Speculation may
Doesn't want
involves buying or selling to gain out of market
5,000
expectations
of
without
A,
any genuine interest in underlying asset.
1,000 of A, 1,000 of B, and 1,000 of C. What is the best way to produce it? Tell me when you have finished reading.
Speculation involves buying or selling to gain out of market expectations without any genuine interest in the underlying asset.
So you have a production line, you can make 5,000 parts. It is set up to make 5,000 parts over a 20-day period. Or in a 20-day period. The demand is for 3,000 of A, 1,000 of B, and 1,000 of C. Follow understand? So the Western method was probably producing like this. Okay. Producing 20 days there.
I am very hungry.
Yes, sir.
So that there are 20 days there. Tell me what is the production. They're producing 250 wide it is there. But I don't want 250 of one type of unit. I want different quantities of three different types. I'm making 250 units every day. But what am I doing here?
So this means every third day we were producing 600 units of A, and every fourth day we were producing 300 to 250 units.
So what implications does that have? What happens if I'm making on the first or first 2 days I'm making A only, third day I'm making A and B. That means somewhere in the third day I'm doing something. What happens? We made only A for 2 days. Now the third day I have to do what is it?
You have to set up.
I have to extend the die from making A only to making B somewhere within the third day. So after making 100 A's, I have to do the setup for B, switch over from A to B, and then make 150 B's. What happens on the fourth day?
So we produce 50 Bs, then we switch over from B to C.
Okay, so now the setup time between A and this is only 1 minute. Setup, but it is changeover of the due to setup. Changeover due to setup, change from A to B, changeover for setup, change from B to C. Is occurring periodically. So you make 800, 600 A's first, switching over, make B's as well. Within that day, the third day, and then you are switching over to making C's also in the fourth day, and then you are back to making only A's. You do this repetitively for 20 days, and you get the required number of A, B, and C that would be necessary. Okay, that's reasonable way to do it. Each step, what is the batch size? Really? I'm doing A, I'm doing B, What is the bag?
Bag size for A 600, B 400.
Correct. Now see what weight is cut. Within 20 days then.
Yes, sir.
How is this different and how is it? Produce all three parts and
So this is minimizing
Sir, it is changing over from A to B and B to C on a daily basis.
and
it is minimizing the inventory.
and
Now the production is level constantly for all 20
and
days.
the quantity. So the quantity of A, quantity of B, quantity of C is the same every day. You make all three every day. That is your changing over every day. And you are reducing the balance.
ठीक है, तो स्पेकुलेशन हो गया, सब कुछ हो गया। हेजिंग हो खाली आर्बिट्रेज हो या स्पेकुलेशन हो। अगर फॉलिंग प्राइस है विल टेक शॉर्ट पोजीशन, विल सेल।
Sir, the more number of sort of repeat the second series.
फॉलिंग प्राइस अगर कंसर्न है तो शॉर्ट पोजीशन लेंगे। एंड अगर कंसर्न है राइजिंग प्राइस तो हम लेंगे लॉन्ग पोजीशन, जैसे कि मिलर का विल बाय टेक लॉन्ग पोजीशन। फार्मर लेगा शॉर्ट पोजीशन अगर उन्हें कंसर्न है फॉलिंग प्राइस, एंड अगर राइजिंग प्राइस है तो लेगा लॉन्ग पोजीशन। ओवर प्राइस्ड in overpriced in future correction should take place when correction happens. अगर overpriced है तो short position, अगर underpriced है तो long position. Rise and price, long position, short, falling price, short position. Falling price.
So eliminating waste frequency by reducing the batch size and what am I reducing by reducing the batch size?
If you feel like there is going to be a price fall in future, taking short position in derivative is suitable strategy. If you feel that the price rises in future, taking long position in derivatives is suitable strategy.
Which is better and what is the advantage and disadvantage of each? First one will I have what cost will I pay? I have a lot size of 5. They got for what order? Each lot consists of 5. So if I have each lot consisting of 5 and I'm going to get an inventory. And I have 5 times I'm ordering for a lot and each lot is of 5. What cost will be borne in the first one? What is the second one? So storage costs or carrying costs, what cost is it? Each lot is ordered. I'm ordering not 50. I'm ordering how many times? The lot size of 2 I'm ordering 5 times. With the ordering, with the lot size of 5 I'm ordering how many times? So is it more advantageous to carry a small 500 ml bottle and fill it multiple times in the cooker, or is it more advantageous to carry a heavy 1 liter bottle and fill it only once half a day? So this is the question. So these costs are going in opposite direction. So we said earlier that I would like to minimize inventory by having a half bottle. But now we are ordering more number of times because you want to reduce cost. But then before you driven down the cost of driven down the size of the batch. sides without repeats. So each time I'm moving from B to B2C every day. So what cost is going up which I have to reduce? Setup cost. So setup cost if I can reduce only then I'm reducing the cost which is being offset by the data ordering cost when I'm auditing full time or run. Right? This is what I have. Economic quantity here with a smaller optimal lot size. You see how the setup cost has gone down from here to here. If my setup cost goes down, lower the setup cost is basically your ordering cost. The setup costs are now more in numbers. It's going to go down only as we get a new optimal lot size. Economic order quantity can only reduce. Total cost is only going to be minimum. If the setup cost this company doing that earlier. What was Zara doing? Zara was producing every 4 weeks what other companies were producing every 8 months. They were producing only as much as customers were required and then availability scarcity so that they would not end up with inventory which you would have to discount or return overweight. It was working in close proximity with the retail stores. It was working with close proximity with the China and it was controlling the production in small periods of time after it was switched over to the fashion follower rather than a fashion trend setter. It was using vertical integration. And basically, it was reducing the total processing time from the supplier to the manufacturer to the time, which was taking more time and more inventory was stuck in the pipeline. So lesser inventory and therefore shorter time in changing over and therefore delivery to the supply chain or supply network. This is the and it can only be done through something called a carrot soup. So I'll send you an article for tonight. It's called Lean Supply Practice and read that along with what we are seeing right now to understand how they form alliances who are interdependent and they hold stake in each other and their suppliers and business partners as well as banks and distributors. The bank controls the financing of the entire supply network and if the benefit for one benefits the other, the loss for one, the others are also lost. And there will be a controller, supply chain controller. Maybe Toyota is controlling the entire supply network. It will control. So there is a difference between ownership and control. Toyota will control that network and ensure that everybody works in conjunction with what their end customer requires. The carrot soup originated in Japan after World War II. After the collapse of the family-controlled monopoly group, it is called the Zaibatsu. Okay.
If you feel that the price falls in the future, taking short position in
ownership
derivatives
and
is a
control
proper
of their
strategy.
suppliers.
If you feel like there is going to be a price rise in the future, taking long position in
Ambani
derivatives is a
owns
suitable
everything
strategy.
from oil outsourcing to chemical factories to fabric manufacturers to garment manufacturers to retail stores selling as well as marketing and sales. Here it's both vertically backward as well as forward integrated. All right, that's good. Enough for today. So hopefully it has interested you sufficiently to go read up some more about it. There you go.
What about Ramayan, sir?
ओके, सो विल टेक 5 मिनट्स का ब्रेक, उसके बाद विल अगेन स्टार्ट. लेट्स गो, ब्रेक टाइम ओवर। तो अभी यहाँ पे कैसा है कि लुक एट द फॉलोइंग कोर्स, स्पॉट है 1 मंथ फॉरवर्ड। पहले तो स्पॉट दे रखा है, ठीक है, और ऑफर आस्क दे रखा है। स्पॉट का 1 मंथ फॉरवर्ड का, 2 मंथ फॉरवर्ड का और 3 मंथ फॉरवर्ड का बिड और आस्क दे रखा है। जो बिड है वो क्या है, परचेज प्राइस फॉर द बैंक। इन द above case, Infosys exports 10,000 to the US today and expect to receive in 2 months. How does a hedge its position using dollar forward? What if the price per dollar after 2 months is 81 under scenario 1 and 83 under scenario 2? In the above case, Tata Steel imports 10,000 from US today and expects to pay in 3 months. How does it hedge its position using dollar forward? What if the price per dollar after 3 months is 81 and 83? ठीक है, in scenario 2 अब कैसे करेंगे? पहला, Infosys. Infosys has to receive 10,000 from its customer in the US after 2 months as it exported software to its customer. What is the concern of Infosys? So what price of dollar may come down, right? As it receives export receivables in dollar and it has to convert dollar to rupee. What position should Infosys take in dollar forward to protect itself from the falling price? Short position. अगर Infosys को अगर लग रहा है कि अगर price fall होगा तो he will take short position in 2 months forward at 82.6. At 82.65. तो सिनेरियो हाँ, तो अगर इफ Infosys thinks that अगर प्राइस फॉल होगा then it should take short position in 2 months forward at इतना टुडे में शॉर्ट पोजीशन ले लो। अगर प्राइस फॉल होगा प्राइस अगर फॉल होगा फ्यूचर में उसको बाय करेंगे तो आज में क्या करेंगे, सेल, तो लेंगे शॉर्ट पोजीशन। सो अगर विल टेक शॉर्ट पोजीशन इन 2 months डॉलर फॉरवर्ड एट 82.6545 टुडे, ठीक है। नाउ आफ्टर 2 months सिनेरियो 1 क्या होता है, योर कैश इनफ्लोज इन रुपीज ड्यू टू हेजिंग इज इतना, इफ नॉट हेज्ड योर कैश फ्लो इज गोइंग टू बी इतना, gained due to hedging 60,000 का। In scenario 2 your cash inflows in rupee is due to hedging इतना, अगर if not hedged your cash flow will be इतना, so loss उतना होगा, ठीक है। Infosys has hedged its position against the fall in price. Fall in price अगर है, अगर if you think कि there is going to be a fall in price then you will take short position in derivative today. Hence Infosys is protected when the price falls to 81. However, it may lose better opportunity when the price rise because उसने पहले ही फिक्स करके रखा है 82.65 पे। अब आते टाटा स्टील के ऊपर। टाटा स्टील has to pay 10,000 to its supplier in the US after 3 months as it import raw material from its supplier. What is the concern of Tata Steel? Price of dollar may go up, right, as it pays import payables in dollar and for that it has to convert rupees into dollar. So क्या position लेगा, because in dollar forward long position in 3-month dollar forward at 82.90 today. लॉन्ग पोजिशन क्यों? क्योंकि डाटा को डर है कि प्राइसेस मे गो अप. If you think that prices will fall, take short position derivative. If you think prices will go up, take long position derivatives. So he took long position in 3 months forward today. After 1 month scenario, your cash outflows इतना होता, but because you did not, अगर hedge नहीं किया होता तो इतना होता, तो लॉस तो इतने का, और इतना होता कैश आउटफ्लो, बट hedge किया है तो इतना होगा, तो गेन इतना. Tata still has its position against increase in dollar price, hence it is protected when the prices go up. Unfavorable price movement. Hedging is a risk management strategy employed to protecting against unfavorable price movement in underlying asset by taking opposite position in derivatives. तो बट प्राइसेस फिक्स्ड, प्राइस वॉलेटिल. अब आते हैं स्पेकुलेशन के ऊपर. If a trader has a bullish viewpoint about the market movement, he takes long position. तो लॉन्ग पोजीशन लेते हैं बुलिश व्यू पॉइंट पे. Prices may rise in futures initially, and whenever his expectations are met, sometimes expectations may not be met, thereby leading to loss, closes his position by taking a short position on or before expiry of the contract in which he took the position. So if bullish, क्योंकि अगर price rise अगर हो रहा है, if you are thinking bullish व्यू पॉइंट है तो take long position. If you think there will be price fall, then take short position. If a trader has a bullish viewpoint about market movement, he takes long position in futures initially. If a trader has a bullish viewpoint about market movement, he takes long position in futures initially, and whenever his expectations are met, he closes his position by taking opposite position, short position on or before expiry of the contract in which he took position. If a trader has a bearish viewpoint, उसे लग रहा है कि अगर price fall होगा तो he will take short position. If a trader has a bearish viewpoint about market movement, he takes short position in futures initially, and whenever his expectations are met or sometimes not met, closes his position by taking opposite position, that is long position on or before expiry of the contract in which he took position. अब difference between futures and forward. अब आ जाते हैं फ्यूचर और फॉरवर्ड के डिफरेंस पे. तो बेसिकली उसका वही था कि भले हेजिंग करो, आर्बिट्रेज करो या स्पेकुलेशन करो. इफ़ यू थिंक कि प्राइसेस आर गोइंग टू फॉल, टेक शॉर्ट पोजीशन, एंड इफ यू थिंक कि प्राइसेस आर गोइंग टू राइज, टेक लॉन्ग पोजीशन. अब आते हैं डिफरेंस बिटवीन फ्यूचर एंड फॉरवर्ड्स के ऊपर. इट इज़ एन एग्रीमेंट बिटवीन टू पार्टीज टू बाय और सेल अ स्पेसिफाइड अंडरलाइंग एसेट at a predetermined price on a specified future date. I'll come from break. So now we'll do difference between forward and futures. Forward future क्या होता है? It is an agreement between two parties to buy or sell. It does take a lot. Forward or futures? This next topic is kind of difficult and I'm exhausted. Mm. I'm going to end this live. I have done till speculations, hedging, arbitrage हो गया है. Forward futures कल start करते हैं. It's a new chapter. It's a different chapter altogether. ठीक है. ठीक है. I'll end this session. Everyone, thank you for whoever was part of this live. And yeah, next time so I'll ensure that before going live I'll update on Instagram early, and plus I'll also tell you all what I'm going to read so that you all can join me and you all can study that particular subject with me there. So yeah, everyone, bye bye, take care. And I have to say this, always remember to go beyond.